shouldn't fall over. Okay, this is a full thing. Good. If it goes down, no, this is going to be 2 minutes. Yeah, no, you go, we're fine. Don't worry.
Well, good morning and welcome to Berry Hill Park here in Mansfield for another edition of the English Cross Country Relays, sponsored by Sports Shoes. And what an afternoon and morning of action we've got coming your way. All starts in just a few minutes' time with the junior women's race, 3 by 2.5k. That's 3 athletes running 1 lap each on the course here at Berry Hill. For over 30 years we've been here for these English cross-country relays, and it is so good to be back once again. The action continues until around 4 p.m. this evening. The final race of the day, the senior men's race, which is 4 athletes doing 5 kilometres each. That concludes things at 2:40 p.m, so expecting that to be done by 4 o'clock. So the weather, well, we have got some crazy winds. It was supposed to be even worse than this, potentially. So it's calmed down throughout the week. And the athletes will have a bit of shelter in the trees, in the woods. If you know Berry Hill Park and you know these championships, you will know that we get some good shelter in the woods, but it does get quite muddy in there as well. So all to come, more to come. These are the athletes in the junior or under 20 women's race. They start us off. The under 17 women go only 12 minutes after them, so they will be starting race 2 whilst we're still finishing this junior women's race. You can see those sports shoes flags flapping in the wind. You can see how breezy it is on the hair of our athletes as well. But there they go, starting things off for this English cross-country relays for 2025. A new course, a revised course due to the investment and development of Berry Hill Park, and we can see one of the main figures in the development just on the right hand side, a new community hall and cafe which is being built and has forced just a couple of changes to the start and finish of this course. And in the woods as well, there's quite a few changes too. So the track is on their right hand side. If you've been to Mansfield Harriers, there's the clubhouse and the track, and just here on the right hand side now you can see the new building, the community hub and cafe, which is close to being finished. Had a bit of rain this morning, a few drips, a few drizzles. And you see an Aldershot vest at the front. Looks like Katie Pye, who is taking the initiative in those arm sleeves and got to the front nice and early. Madeline Pearce in there too. Katie Pye, perhaps surprisingly, down as the only athlete for Aldershot Farnham and District in this junior women's race. Hannah Kinane in the red vest is about 4th there. Looks like I've got Ella Davey near the front of the race too. So Katie Pye just leading them along in these early stages. Just coming around the pond. So we've got 3 different laps here at Berry Hill Park. Some changes, as I mentioned, the top wooded section that you will have seen the athletes go through before, that's not possible now, so we won't be running around that. So we've had to make some changes. These athletes are running 2.5k each. It means they go on the blue lap, as you can see on your screen with this map, which means they avoid the pond and they head into the woods now. So a challenging parts of the woods, lots of chicanes, lots of tight turns, and they might have a bit of shelter through the trees, but it's going to get very muddy, and lots of the sections within the woods are new. We've not ran on them before here at Berry Hill Park, so the athletes will make their way around their 2.5 kilometre lap, and you can see on the right hand section of that map they will go around a blue section, and as they come out of the woods there's almost a 3-way fork where the athletes can loop back for the 2 kilometre lap, or the 2.5 kilometre, or the 3 kilometre lap. So it's going to be interesting to see. Good news for these junior women though, the course is good underfoot at the moment. That's the first log section as well. Those logs put in as part of some footpath work here at Berry Hill Park, and they're spaced 2 metres apart. Athletes having to gauge them as they come into the woods and try and get their stride length correct. They're not too big either. For these young athletes, they make light work of it. So Some very tight turns, as I mentioned, in these woods. We'll be going through sections you won't have seen before if you've watched the stream from the English cross-country relays over the last few years. You can see the athletes in the distance. So that is Katie Pye at the front of this race. She's had a cracking year. I've seen her a lot across the English cross-country scene and on the track in the summer as well. English schools medalist over the 1500 metres. Went to the European Juniors over the 5000, where she didn't have a best of days. Easy to forget that she was a European Youth Champion in 2024 over the 3000 metres as well, so she's got great middle distance speed, great endurance as well. So easy to forget sometimes that this is a relay, and it's the sum of the parts that make a victorious team. We're out of the woods. There is Katie Pye pulling away from the rest, looking very strong. Remember, Aldershot do not have anyone else to follow Katie Pye. There's Ella Davey in a good position. Like Sarah Barrett from the City of Norwich in there too. University of Birmingham up near the front. Last year it was the University of Birmingham that won this by over a minute from St Albans Striders, and then Vale Royal came in third on that date. So it's breezy. This section of the course always fairly dry. You can sort of see just to the right of where those athletes are running, there's another loop section. Pye though, powering away. These athletes going around the B section, the blue dashed on the top right hand corner of the screen. They'll be familiar with this if they've been to Bury Hall Park before. Always features. There's Jennifer Leggett as well, Cambridge and Coleridge. And there's a Mansfield athlete as well. I don't know whom saw. Beth Hamilton inside the top 10 at the moment, going well. And that was Faith Taylor from Lincoln Wellington just behind her, some almost 20 metres back now. Katie Pye coming through into the changeover zone. Athletes being told when to go. So just over 8.5 minutes for Katie Pye. Nobody from Aldershot to follow up behind her. Windsor, Eton and Hounslow leading this race, and then Cambridge and Coleridge. Salford there with Freya Murdoch coming through very strongly. Mansfield there too, and then Lincoln Wellington. So St Mary's are in fifth. St Mary's going very well here. Birmingham, who were near the front early on in that race with Hannah Kinane, just drifting backwards. Loughborough 2, they may come through strongly. Still 2 more legs to go. So it's a shame for Katie Pye. It's a great distance for her, really, 2.5k. And there's success over 1,500 and 3,000, and now the 5,000 too. The second leg athletes battling the breeze, coming across them on this section. Ella Davey from Windsor now just back into second, and Jasmine Wright from Salford there is leading the race. They were just marginally behind Windsor by 7 seconds or so. From 4th to 1st for Salford, heading around the pond, which is on their left-hand side. It's a great spectator course, this is. Cambridge and Coleridge, they're in 3rd at the moment. They might have a very good day across the age groups, Cambridge and Coleridge. Their men's team looking strong. So off they go, Salford. Jasmine Wright on their second leg. Isabel Mansley on the second leg for Cambridge and Coleridge. Cambridge and Coleridge do not have a third leg runner. Salford though with 2 teams of 3. There's Yasmin Grant. There's Isabel Mansley from Cambridge and Coleridge. So those athletes just powering, and now we've got a good bunch, haven't we? There's Willow Baker for the University of Birmingham, up into 4th now. Really doing well to claw it back. Mansfield are in there. That's Vale Royal. Like Rotherham too. They're starting to close the gap, aren't they? These are the under-17 girls who are on the start line. They will get underway whilst our junior women are finishing up. Keeps our timetable honest here. We'll see them get away and then continue with this junior women's race. This timetable will be very familiar to you if you've come to Berry Hill Park over the years. Away they go, elbows at the start. So the under-17s away. Marshall Milton Keynes. So I've got Chelmsford in there too. A bit of sunshine, which is good. Not always the case when we come to Berry Hill Park. Just see the construction work in the background. There's been huge changes to this park. £3 million worth of investment. So that's Jasmine Wright for Salford. English schools medalist over the 1500 steeplechase, and she's showing that type of steeplechase strength here on this second leg for Salford. This is the under-17s at the start of their race. Trying to pick out the vests, maybe another Cambridge and Coleridge. Certainly Marshall Milton Keynes near the front. Charnwood vest in there too. The under-17, they run the same length laps as these junior women that you can see on your screen now. The under-17 women will do 3 by 2.5 kilometres, following the exact same course. This particular section at the top end of the course, a bit flatter, a bit smoother underfoot. This is a real tough course, which is why we keep coming back here to Mansfield. And Jasmine Wright has done a superb job, a fine job on this second leg to push away from the rest of the field. Lincoln Wellington just towards the front of that race. Oxford City in there as well. Salford last year 5th in this junior women's race. And they're back with 2 of the 3 athletes. Last year at the end of the second leg they were 3rd, they finished 5th. And Sophia Ruditis, who was on the last leg 12 months ago, has the opportunity to anchor Salford home to gold, and they have a massive lead. It's going to be over 30 seconds. The University of Birmingham, though, fighting back. Windsor in 3rd at the end of the second leg. And then Isabel Mansley for Cambridge and Coleridge there in 4th, but Cambridge and Coleridge do not have a 3rd leg runner, so it is Loughborough that go into the final leg in 4th place, some 14 seconds behind Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, who are in that bronze medal position. So Birmingham with some work to do if they're going to try and retain their title from last year. They won by over a minute 12 months ago. A very different team this year for them. They had Jess Bailey on the anchor for them last year. But for Salford, Sophia Ruditis on the last leg, powering away with a 30-second lead on the University of Birmingham. I think that's going to be very, very difficult to claw back over the next 8.5 minutes or so. We shall see. This is the under-17s. That's Isla Porter at the front for Lincoln Wellington. Chelmsford in there in that green yellow vest with Ezra Harold. Older shot not too far behind. There's Tara Ferguson for Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow. And Maya Schofield for Rotherham in that black strip that just went past. Adamshire Harriers, Madeline Ball there. It's our leader in the junior women's race. Sophia Roydaitis. Looking to hold on to that 30-second lead it was at the end of the second leg. If she can keep that up, they'll power away to gold. Last year, Roydaitis got the baton on the final leg in third place. They finished fifth. I think the lead is going to be way too big for the University of Birmingham or Windsor to claw back. University of Birmingham with Evelina Powell on the last leg. Loughborough there, Windsor there too. You could just see the gap they have behind them. That's Isabel, or rather Evelina Powell, I think. Is that Charlotte Vickers? Yes, Charlotte Vickers in the junior women's race. Salford though, with Sophia Roydaitis looking strong. This is a really challenging section of the course. It's going to get quite muddy later if we see some more rain, which is a strong possibility. It's more jagged within the woods, lots of sharp turns, twists and turns, and makes it very challenging. This though is Evelina Powell for the University of Birmingham. Looks like she's in second. Is that gap closing? So in the bottom right hand corner of the screen we're seeing the under-17 women who have just finished their race. Wakefield are leading at the end of leg one, Chelmsford in second, Lincoln in third, and you can just see on the time there only 7 seconds separating the top five. Marshall Milton Keynes in fourth, Leeds City in fifth. So this is Sophia Roydaitis on the final stretch, and I can't see anyone behind her there. Just coming out of the trees is Charlotte Vickers from the University of Birmingham, it looks to be. She's digging deep, but she is not going to catch Salford, who will improve on their fifth place last year to take gold here in Mansfield. And in just a moment, Sophia Roydaitis will come into view. Here she is, just around the top section of the course on the B lap, on the back end of her 2.5 kilometres. There's a lot of pressure going on the last leg. Whether or not she thought she would be in first position, I don't know. She knows what it was like last year being in third. This year, out on her own with a 30-second lead, you have to be strong mentally. Have to just try and block out all the noise and all the pain in the legs. And the Salford girls have done just that here today. Against some hurricane-like winds. It's been horrendous conditions, albeit dry so far. Well, here she goes. Salford Harriers will take the first win of the day at these English cross-country relays, sponsored by Sports Shoes, and it's Salford that take the junior women's gold for 2025. A big win for them. Did Roydaitis manage to extend the lead? At the back end of this race, it looks like Vale Royal have been overtaken. I think we're about to see our silver medalists cross the line as well. The University of Birmingham, there you go. 31 seconds back. They didn't manage to close the gap. They did very, very well though, the University of Birmingham, because they were not in second at the final changeover. But here come Loughborough, motoring down the finishing straight. Loughborough finished 10th last year, coming through very strongly with Emma McLennan. Just ahead of Vale Royal and Eva Jar in 4th place. Winterslough, Eton and Hounslow coming through for 5th here. Anna Passos on the last leg for them. Passos just crawling along the floor at the finish. Shows how hard these athletes work. And you can see it on the screen, can't you? The banners, the trees, everything blowing, it makes it so, so hard. Looks like the University of Birmingham's B team coming through for 6th there. Well, last year they were 1st and 9th, so 2nd and 6th for them. Better aggregate score across their two teams this year. Victoria Park Harriers. There's the Loughborough B team as well. St Mary's there, who started very, very strongly. Lauren Wormley on the last leg for them. Got the band from her sister Charlotte. So that's the junior women's race. Bit of a sprint finish here from Marshall Milton Keynes up against Chelmsford. Or Chalmers, I should say. Very similar vests. Rotherham 2. Just to give you an indication of 26-minute 24 time, around 1 minute and 20 seconds slower than the University of Birmingham won last year. Of course, the time's not important, just gives an indication of perhaps the challenges this new course brings and the wind conditions today as well. So I think we'll pick up now with the under-17 women's race, try and figure out where we are on the course, and they are in the woods on the second lap. Last year it was Lincoln Wellington that won the under-17 women's race. Some of them are as well. Lincoln Wellington still have 2 of the 3 that won last year's under-17 title here today, Isla Porter and Ella Rose Whitworth, and alongside them this year on this second leg, Phoebe Langlands. Lincoln Wellington with 3 teams here. We just saw, I think, their C team on the course. So here we are on the last leg of the under-17 race. Amelie Shipton in front. That's Lincoln Wellington in second, and Aldershot with Kitty Scott in that red vest in third place. They are very closely matched at the moment. Amelie Shipton of Chelmsford, who leads this race. Top 50 at the National Cross earlier this year, just being overtaken by Kitty Scott here. It's the early sections of this third lap. Kitty Scott, winner of the Inter-Counties Cross Country earlier this year, and the English Schools Cross. Second outdoors at the English Schools, over 3,000 metres as well. So she's a real talent and showing her credentials early on in this race, just powering to the front. It does help at the changeover when you've got a couple of athletes to chase, but you don't want to put your foot down too hard too early on, because some of these grass sections before you get into the woods are quite forgiving compared to some of the more challenging muddy sections within the woods. You can very easily burn up too soon, and Kitty Scott powering away at the moment. So Aldershot, who are 3.5 seconds back at that changeover now, with perhaps more than a 3.5 second lead. Aldershot last year were second, 24 seconds behind Lincoln Wellington. Had Maya Jobbins, Katie Eildon and Katie Pye last year. This year a completely new trio: Matilda Robertson, Sabrina Coppola Johansson and Kitty Scott. Lincoln Wellington with Ella Rose Whitworth here. There's Ella Rose Whitworth again. 6th at the Inter-Counties cross country earlier this year. Would have seen a lot of these athletes at the National Road Relays just a few weeks ago, Sutton Park. I'm sure plenty of them would have done local schools cross countries already this winter. There's Whitworth again, working hard in 3rd place. Some of our under-17 last leg athletes in the woods over the logs. This is the first section of logs. There's another one slightly further down the course. Kitty Scott though, for Aldershot, in the sunshine in Mansfield. Once again, showing their quality. She'll head up and turn left, start to loop her way back round towards the finish. Only a first year under 17 too. And Kitty Scott, who last year anchored the Aldershot under 15 girls to gold here at Berry Hill Park, will do the exact same in this under 17 race as a first year under 17. A superb talent. Another great young female athlete coming out of the Aldershot club. They've won the senior title for the women on a few occasions. And this is going to be a huge margin of victory for Kitty Scott and her teammates. It's Matilda Robertson that got them off to a strong start. Sabrina Coppola Johansson on the 2nd leg. So it's Aldershot that take gold in the 2nd race of the day here in Mansfield. Aldershot win the under 17 women's English cross country relays, and Kitty Scott makes it back-to-back gold. And Matilda Robertson, who started them off gets her second gold as well. She was in that under-15 team last year. What a unique back-to-back win for those two athletes. And Ella Rose Whitworth has moved into second place over the final few hundred metres. Can she keep the momentum down the slope towards the finish? This is going to be very, very close. Amelie Shipton is fighting hard. Whitworth for Lincoln Wellington just about gets there in second to take the silver. Both athletes digging deep, working so hard. Shipton collapsing to a heap at the finish line. That was close. Whitworth just had her in her sights throughout the woods, chicaning her way through the trees. Another sprint battle here between Marshall Milton Keynes and I think that's Rotherham as well. Greer Turner there, showing a lot of fight in the final 50 metres. Rotherham coming through for fourth place, Marshall Milton Keynes taking fifth. Looks like it's going to be Aldershot's B team with Maya Jobbins coming through for sixth place. She's got a few behind her though. She will hold on to take sixth place. A sprint finish on this left-hand side. Cambridge and Coleridge coming through for eighth. Look, there was three teams within a second there, so close. And now time for the under-13 boys. They will run 3 by 2 kilometres out of the traps. Almost thought we might have a faller there, but they did well to stay on their feet. The under-13 boys will run 2 kilometres each. So a short lap. They will turn left as they come out the woods, left again towards the finish. Always a chance to see some potential talent which may develop over the next few years as they get towards the under-15s and under-17s. These youngsters as well, a chance to see some talent, some senior GB athletes as well. So winners last year of the under-13 boys with Preston Harriers, winning by 7 seconds from Liverpool Harriers, and then North Shields Polytechnic getting third place. Preston here with 2 teams today. Already just seeing a small breakaway from a decent group where they're well strung out, certainly in these early stages. Into the woods they go. Thames Valley Harriers in there in the blue vest. That's Lewis De Silva. There or thereabouts at the front of this race. Making light work of the logs. Different challenge. We've seen some big logs at the Bucks cross-country championships over the last couple of years. I remember some social media clips with athletes tripping over and having difficulty. I think I've just seen a few athletes unintentionally maybe just running outside of the course barriers. There they go, the leaders in this race. There's a Reading vest. It's like something other than Small Heath in there too. There's Halifax Harriers, Marshall Milton Keynes. Decorum as well. Blackburn, Charnwood, Marshall Milton Keynes. Really good to see such an array of vests and clubs from around the country attending here in Mansfield. I'll be enjoying the shelter from the wind, that's for sure. Well, the athletes now just putting their foot down as they come out of the woods. Shaftesbury Barnet in third place then. Leading this one is Noah Penfold from North Shields Polytechnic. So for the first time they're going to turn left here, head straight towards the finish. In third place Chelmsford, second Thames Valley Harriers. That was Barnaby Moyes for Brighton and Hove. Wolf May of Reading there. Vale of Aylesbury. There's Isaac Taylor Unit from Salford Harriers. And across the line, top three, North Shields, Thames Valley, Chelmsford. So North Shields, Thames Valley Harriers, Hearts Phoenix, Chelmsford, all in there. 7 teams within 8 or 9 seconds of each other. Shaftesbury Barnet there in 5th. Noah Penfold making a decisive move in the final 200 metres just to pull away as they came on that slight incline out of the woods. still going with the finishes on leg one. Well over 70 teams into the 80s. I mean, it's incredible to see so many young athletes here, and they'll be pleased the sun's out. So will their teammates, parents, coaches and supporters who are out on the course. I do think it's woolly hat day with the sort of wind out there. Definitely feels colder. So Shaftesbury Barnet then have taken to the front. Thames Valley in second, North Shields in third. So a few slight changes. Hearts Phoenix there in fourth, and Chelmsford just slipping back one place into fifth. Reading there also. Plenty of well-behaved dogs around the course. Look over the shoulder from second leg runner for North Shields, which is Tom Hale, just checking he's away and clear, and he's got a good margin. As we're about 3 minutes into this second leg, about halfway. Harrison Henderson on the second leg here for Shaftesbury Barnet. This is Surya Rishi Kansagra for Thames Valley. They're starting to chase down our third leg runner to Chelmsford. Looks like Freddie Blacketer for them. So we've got Sale in there as well, Sale Harriers. So I think conditions so far, other than the wind and the freshness in the air, we've been quite lucky. In the half an hour before we got underway with our first race at 10:45, there was some drizzle. Temperature today, it's 12 degrees but feels like 5. It's such a wind chill in the air. We're not going to see a dramatic decrease in the wind as we get towards our final race of the day. Does look still amongst the trees though, which is good. You know, the athletes across the logs, the first set of them, our leaders on this second leg, well away. Suspect they'll be coming out of the woods in just a moment, our leaders. So Shaftesbury Barnet making their way out of the woods first with Harrison Henderson battling the wind. Thames Valley still in second, but look at that for a margin that's opened up over the last kilometre. Suyarishi Kansagra in second place. Shaspri Barnett with a big lead. It's a very healthy lead. It's going to be about 10 seconds. Can they hold on to that? Such a good experience for these young athletes. Chelmsford in third then, ahead of North Shields and then Hearts, Phoenix, and then Sale Harriers. I mean, it's possible, but over 2 kilometres, it's such a short distance that you really don't have the opportunity to make up huge deficits. Victoria Park Harriers, they're in 7th. Reading as well.
Go, Harvey, go! Go, Harvey, go! Come on, Harvey!
It's great to see the athletes just sighting where their teammates have crossed the finish and they have to go. A lot of them only spotting their teammates quite late. It's a skill you certainly learn. Our officials there in the high-vis jackets doing a really good job to help the athletes, preventing anyone false starting, keeping it an honest race. Sometimes more difficult when there's a flurry of athletes coming across the line at the same time. So then, Shaspri Barnett at the front, into the woods for the final time. Lewis Ward here, the youngster, look over the shoulder. So real temptation to try and look behind when you're in front and you know you're going to be chased down, or certainly people are trying to chase you down. Whether they succeed or not is always a lottery. Over the logs. No issues for Lewis Ward. Chelmsford with Dylan Law looking strong, and North Shields with Ethan Hughes in there. Thames Valley then look as if they might have just faded into 6th or 7th, it appears. Yes, it appears to be so. Ethan Hughes then in the top 3. Great support on the course. So our leaders, Shaftesbury Barnet, this under-13 boys final leg. Solihull and Smallheath there with Andre Albarel. Halifax, Decorum. Okay, City of York Vest 2. Dylan Law in second. I wonder if at this point he can see where Shaftesbury Barnet are. As I mentioned, the woods, you just weave through the trees and it's really hard to sight anybody else in front of you because you're having to focus on where you are and what you're doing, otherwise you could come unstuck and find yourself tripping or banging into obstacles along the way. So you have to keep your mind on the task at hand. Well, this is it for Shaftesbury. Lewis Ward, one more turn down the decline towards the finishing arch. And Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers will take the under-13 boys title here at the English Cross Country Relays for 2025. What a moment for them. What a moment for Denise Pascal, Harrison Henderson and Lewis Ward. They had a 10-second lead going into the final leg. And it's grown and grown. A few changes behind Shaftesbury Barnet. And it's Chelmsford that have come through to take the silver medal here. Dylan Law on the last leg for them. Well, Noah Mazieres for Reading getting the bronze medal. What a turn up for them. North Shields just being run out of it. Reading with Wolf May, Raf Odlin and Noah Mazieres on the last leg coming through. Well, that's an upset because I said there was a group of them trying to chase down the top three. Reading must have been down at 7th or 8th on that second leg, and they have done a superb job to come through and take the bronze. What a moment for them. Reading, who were 14th last year. Mazieres went from 22nd last year down to 14th. He's done a similar sort of finish in 2025. What a result for them. So it's Shaftesbury Barnet, Chelmsford and Reading that make the podium in the under-13 boys race. And the under-13 girls are already off and away. So the under 13 girls into the woods for the first time on this first leg. 3 laps of 2 kilometres again, just like we've seen for the under 13 boys. Last year it was Brentwood Beagles, of course, who won by a mere 2 seconds from Lincoln Wellington, and Chelmsford were in third. Looks like we've got a St Edmund Pacers vest near the front. So Hernhill Harriers with Skylar O'Brien leading the race. It's been a very strong start, hasn't it? Setting the pace early on. Nice little challenge, isn't it? Something to think about as they're going through the barriers, through the logs in the woods. Got to keep your wits about you. So Hernhill leading from Hampshire Harriers, Carlotta Bailey on the first leg for them. Rugby Northampton with Elsie Rudkin-Wilson in there. This has been ferocious. These young ladies practically going flat out through the woods here. This, of course, a tricky section, downhill, slight turn to the left, navigating their way through. Of course, still looking strong underfoot. Only our 4th race of the day, of course, but I've seen it in worse conditions at this stage in the past. Athletes not looking too muddy either. Definitely a lot of people were thinking it was going to be a washout this weekend, so for now, touch wood, things looking good. And Hernhill Harriers leading with Skylar O'Brien. Here comes Georgia Brambles though in the Blackburn vest. Brentwood Beagles with Sophia Davies up in the top 5. St Edmund Pacers with Chloe Berry there too. This Rugby Northampton, there's Derby. And Blackburn with Georgia Brambles just coming through to take the lead at the end of that first leg. Carlotta Bailey, Hampshire Harriers in 3rd. Nothing to choose between these athletes. Bingley in there, St Edmund Pacers. Perhaps some clubs that you're less familiar with at home. Always good to see. Lincoln Wellington inside that top 10. Aldershot down in 12th. Stroud in District 2. Good to see them here. So Brentwood Beagles, who won this under 13 girls race last year, down ever so slightly in fourth, but that was the case last year too. They were 14th at the end of the first leg. Then in 10th, and then they won with a cracking leg from Madison Kindler, making up over a minute on that last leg. So it can be done. Very difficult to do. You need a maverick on the last leg. But Blackburn leading by less than a second from Herne Hill Harriers at the changeover from leg 1 to 2. And it's Brentwood Beagles then that get in front. Leanne Esterhuizen on this second leg, and guess what? She will hand over to Madison Kindler, who stormed away and sealed the victory for them in this age group 12 months ago. Madison Kindler, we've seen her, of course, over the last 12 months, racking up numerous wins on the cross-country circuit. Winning the cross challenge. Some serious wins under her belt. Herne Hill still in a good position at this stage, in second place. Blackburn there with Ruby Govier. Herne Hill have Olivia Fisher on the second leg, and there is Leanne Esterhuizen. Only Madison Kindler from the winning trio 12 months ago. In actual fact, I think it might have been Bingley that was up in second. Charlotte Pedley. Of course, difficult to always know with full certainty in these cross-country races. Esterhuizen then with a clear lead for Brentwood Beagles. Herne Hill there in second, and that is Bingley with Charlotte Pedley. Bruntwood Beagles, looks like they've got their B team there. It's City of York. So much support. Esther Huizen then. Got in front early on during this second leg and has held on to that lead, doing well to power through up some of these steady inclines into the wind as well. Makes it very difficult to do. And down the slope to the finish to conclude the second leg. And Maddie Kindler is off like a sprinter out of the blocks. Still only an under 13. Remember, these young athletes, too young for English schools track and field championships. Kindler, well, she's got a monster lead to hang on to. Remember last year she was down in 10th. She clawed back a huge deficit to take the win by a couple of seconds. She's got a 28-second lead this year. So Bingley in third, Warriors pentathlon. Good to see them in fourth, and North Shields up in fifth. Really important to try and, well, hope for these clubs to keep these young women in this sport and keep them in sport in general. Whether it is this sport, we obviously love them to stay involved in athletics, track and field and cross country, but such a range of clubs. Some of the club names there that you might not always see at the top of the podium at these national championships, but it's good to see. And when you've got some talented young athletes, really important to keep them involved in the sport. Bottom right hand corner you can see one of our officials just putting some sand or sawdust down for young athletes breakfast that have ended up on the finish line. So there's Herne Hill. In second. Looks like Warriors have moved up into third and Bingley just moving down to fourth. Herne Hill have got Catalea Holmes on the last leg. Ronnie Coring for Warriors on the last leg for them. Just getting lost in the woods there. Trying to find their way through. So that's Warriors there, now up into second. Roddy Coring now in second place, moving up from fourth at the changeover. They were 14 seconds down on Herne Hill Harriers and now up into second. That's a cracking effort on the first half of this last leg. Almost a trip there from Coring. The question is, how far ahead is Maddie Kindler? Because in the white vest there, our second place is Bingley now up into third place with Harriet Carter. Herne Hill just fading ever so slightly back into fourth place. Shaftesbury Barnet here, just entering the woods with Solihull and Smallheath for the final time. And here is Kindler, looking very comfortable, easy. Long striding, just galloping along the field here. Well, they won it 12 months ago, Brentwood Beagles. And they will have so much success in the years to come with the junior talent they are bringing through. And it's gold once again for Brentwood Beagles in the under-13 girls English cross-country relays. And Kindler with a fine performance out in front. This, though, is Roni Coring. A look over her shoulder, she's clear. She's gone from fourth at the final changeover into second, and Warriors will take the silver medal. They were fifth 12 months ago. This year, stepping up, taking the silver, getting on the podium, pulling away from Bingley and Herne Hill Harriers, and it is Bingley in third place with Harriet Carter anchoring them home. It was Charlotte Pedley on the second leg and Blue Bailey for them. Herne Hill now just coming through for fourth. There's Herne Hill. Lincoln Wellington in fifth place. Lincoln Wellington have so many great young endurance athletes. St Mary's, Richmond, in there, that rugby, Northampton, 7th for them. Good to see them on the track and the hurdles, but developing well with their young endurance athletes too. Wow, what an opening 4 races we have had. The junior men are up next in just a couple of minutes' time. Just a reminder that the action concludes with the senior men's race. That starts at 2:40 this afternoon. Ten races all in. All but the senior men's race have 3 legs. The men, they go 4 legs of 5 kilometres. There they are on the start line. Off we go in the under-17 men's race. Almost had a faller. I think it was the Vale Royal athlete in the junior race. They will do 3 by 3 kilometres. Never quite know who will get on the start list. Sarim Turkir from Windsor is at the front early on. I think it was Harry Parker McLean that almost tripped coming out of the starting traps. Last year it was Radley that won this race by little more than 1/10 of a second from Peterborough. Quinn Mile Ingram was on the last leg for Radley on that day. And Mile Ingram on the first leg this time. See him there in the purple vest. Zach Dunn at the front for the City of Norwich. Mile Ingram just looking to close that gap. Matt Drummond-Clark for Blackburn too. So some really good athletes here on this opening leg. The question is whether they can field a team of 3 athletes that are capable of getting them to the finish line first. You can have somebody incredibly quick on the first leg or even the last leg, but it may make no difference. So 3 kilometres, they will do our longest version of the lap. So when they come out of the woods, they will turn right for the first time we've seen today and head on a small shoehorn loop, but for the first time as well they're heading around the pond right now. This is a section which again often gets churned up but looks very good underfoot. So Drummond Clark just getting to the front of this race. It's Tunbridge then, leading over the logs. Tunbridge with Harrison Fraser. Harrison Fraser, 19th at the National Cross back in February at Parliament Hill. Starting to get stretched out, as you would expect. There's some very narrow parts of the woods this year with the changes to the course. Makes it more difficult for overtaking. I just wonder how many times in close races will we see athletes get overtaken in this woods, because it's going to be so much more challenging. Already you're starting to see the fifth race of the day, this downhill section starting to get churned up because it's not been super wet. I don't think it's that slippy yet. It may well become that way later on. Athletes do have to try and control their limbs as they come down this slope. So that's Jake Stevens from Invicta East Kent. Tom Preston in there for Peterborough. And then Luca Hamblin from Aldershot. So the front runners have changed almost endlessly in the opening 2 kilometres of this race, and this is the first time we're seeing the athletes use the C section of the course. As I mentioned earlier on, we no longer go into the woods at the top due to changes to the footpaths as part of some restoration work that's being done at Berry Hill Park. £3 million being spent to develop the footpaths and build a new community hall, and as a result we cannot use that top wooded section, so we're doing a slightly extended loop around the field here. So on this first leg, towards the back end of it now. Hamblin for Aldershot then finds himself at the front of this race. A big surge from him. Mile Ingram in second place. There's Zach Dunn. Lots of spectators out on the course now. What a day. So Hamblin across the line first at the end of leg one. Mile Ingram in second, then Jake Stevens, then Peterborough, City of Norwich, Lancaster and Morecambe, and they're all coming along now. So Harriers in there, Brighton, Phoenix, Taunton, Tunbridge, Bedford County inside the top 10. Aldershot with a narrow 4-second lead ahead of the reigning champions from 12 months ago. Well, it's hard to say at this stage. Mile Ingram this year choosing to go on the first leg rather than the last leg and anchoring his team home. Still could have a chance here. Aldershot, Luca Hamblin with a strong push in the final 400 metres to pull away. That's the first 3 kilometres done. So how will this one pan out? Aldershot with Owen Smith on the second leg for them. Noah Patterson there in that red strip for Invicta East Kent. Got the back from Jake Stevens, who put in a good performance. Radley just some 25 metres back with Thomas Stiles. So it's a good opportunity when they do this loop around the pond. These athletes do a 180-degree turn around that large group of trees, and they can see where everybody else is on the left-hand side. I think it's a good one for a bit of motivation. Gets the adrenaline going, gets the blood pumping. Invicta East Kent, I think here with Noah Patterson just edging his way towards Aldershot in first place. So Aldershot and Invicta East Kent in the 2 red strips into the woods on this second lap, up the hill. It's a strong incline. Powering amongst those trees and across the leaves. Such a big group of athletes. Like a and more Bethesda in there too. Over the logs then for our leading two athletes. There's Loughborough, Fletcher Hart. Bromsgrove, Redditch Fest there. Lincoln Wellington. Blackburn, Vale Royal. All towards the front half of this race. The real battle between Aldershot, who leads and have been hunted by Invicta East Kent. I said it'd be difficult to overtake in these woods, and for now Owen Smith is holding on to the lead. It looked as if Invicta East Kent were starting to claw back some distance. You have to be relaxed in these situations. 3 kilometres is not a long time. You have to keep on the pace, but the more worked up you get, the more tense you feel, the more difficult it is for your legs to do what they need to do. And that tension is something that slows you down, wears you down as well. And Owen Smith knows he's being hunted because everybody behind him, they're all flying. They're all pushing the pace, and he needs to do the same up front to try and hold on to the lead on this second leg. Out of the woods then. Aldershot lead. Noah Patterson on the second leg for Invicta East Kent. Just falling off the back of the pace ever so slightly. Chance for Smith just to look to his right and see where everybody else is. Smith's done his job very well. Certainly feels like Patterson for Invicta East Kent pushed the pace early on, tried to make up that small gap, and maybe just starting to feel the fatigue in the back end of this second leg. Understandable, it's bound to happen, particularly with some of these windy conditions, but he's still going very well. Noah Patterson is in second place, which is good. See all the club tents that are all packed together. So Smith down the finishing straight to round off leg 2. Aldershot holding all the cards at this point as they come into the changeover. There he is across the line, Owen Smith, away on the final leg. Invicta East Kent there in second. And Toby Bawtry for Tunbridge in third place. Chelmsford, Jacob Hurrell in fourth place. Then Hearts Phoenix, Blackburn, Bedford County, Brighton Phoenix, they're all still there. They're all in with a shout. Radley just fading backwards on that second leg. So congested, so many athletes all around the same sort of finishing times, 51 seconds back, 53 seconds back, very, very close. But it's Aldershot who lead here. Can they hold on to it? 9-second advantage from Invicta East Kent and Tunbridge. Tunbridge, who had Toby Bawtry on that second leg, looked very strong. Windsor have George Thomas on the last leg for them. Well, who'd have guessed it for these national relays? Bright blue sunshine. It's looking good here in Mansfield. We'll see very shortly just where they all line up before they head into the woods. Onjuro Sumba on the last leg for Aldershot. Here he is around the pond. He's run 350 for the 1500 metres. He's got a 5k best of 14:46, so he is quick, he's strong. At 14:46 this year, last year running 14:38 over the 5k, so we know he's quick. So they're into the woods. Bedford there, Chelmsford, City of Norwich, all trying to chase down a potential podium finish. Windsor, Winchester, Mansfield looking strong here too as they head up the hill. And Aldershot still leading midway round the woods. Invicta East Kent with Alex Dack on the last leg for them. Going well. Did he close a bit on the first half of this third and final leg? I wonder. Tunbridge there in third place in the minute. It's Tom Claridge for them. It looks like we're getting ready to start the under-17 men's race, who also run three kilometre legs. So Sumba out of the woods. Almost has one finger on the gold medal at this point, being cheered on by his teammates, his club mates. There they are, the lads that ran in the first couple of legs, and Dack for Victor East Kent just having a bit of a slip there. Did well to stay on his feet, could have been a lot worse. He's being cheered on as well. Dack 32nd at the Inter-Counties cross country earlier this year. He's got pedigree then. I don't think it's going to be enough to claw back the lead held by Aldershot. So the under-17s are away. Race 6. Well, there's our leader, Onjuro Sumba. This is it for him. This is the win. One final turn. He can roll down the hill, past the crowds. The red vest of Alex Dack in Victor East Kent well behind him. He is away and clear. It will be gold for Aldershot in the junior men's English cross-country relays. Onjuro Sumba anchoring them home. It's Blackburn that come through to take the silver, and in Victor East Kent, who sat in second for so long in that race, just fading slightly for bronze in the end. But Blackburn with Dexter Thompson on the last leg for them. A stellar run. Tunbridge coming through for 5th, it looked like, in the end. A very comfortable and confident win for Aldershot here at Berry Hill Park. Last year they got the bronze. There was some 16 seconds back behind Radley that took the gold. No issues this year though. As we now turn our eyes to the top left-hand corner of your screen and focus on the under 17 race, which has just got underway. It looks like Toby Pritchard for Decorum, I think, at the front. Again, they will run 3 kilometres. So into the woods for the first time in this under 17 race. At this point, certainly one of the wider sections of the course, around 8 metres. So plenty of room for muscling your way forward and overtaking if you need to. Not so easy during some of the later stages of the woods, where it gets just a little bit tighter, a bit more granular. Sharp corners, twists and turns, and not so easy. There's another log as well later on in the woods. Those logs introduced this year as part of works being done to Berry Hill Park to improve footpaths. Here's our leading group then. Bromsgrove and Redditch towards the front. Hennell Harrier, Shaftesbury, Barnet. Everybody fighting for an inch. You have to get out so quickly on this opening lap. Almost no room to breathe, no time to stop and think. One of the fun things of come to a cross-country race or a road relay race like this, you end up spectating by chasing after the race. One of the times you have to run after the athletes to keep up with them and watch. So this is Mikey Bacon. Ewan Withnall of Burton in second there. Alfie Cook in third place for Gateshead too. So out of this shoehorn section, Withnall still with Bacon. Rotherham with what looks like a strong team. Can they still be there in another 15 minutes or so at the back end of this race? Looks like Tom Thake in that red vest for Hampshire Harriers. Withnall just getting in front of him. Withnall will hand over the baton to Henry Hemmings, and they have Theo Jones on the last leg. Burton, well, it's changed again. Withnall in third. Bacon looking to get back on top as they come into the changeover, fighting for every inch. Away they go. Joseph Hill there for Blackheath and Bromley. Gateshead. Tunbridge with Will Batchelor. Gabriel Wagstaff from Bromsgrove and Redditch, and they're all starting to come through now. Collapsing to the floor as well. City of Portsmouth vest too. So good tussle between Burton, Rotherham and Hallamshire Harriers on that first leg. Again, it's sometimes difficult to know, isn't it? Because you can have a great athlete on your first leg and perhaps have athletes that aren't quite as quick on the second and third, which means you'll fall well back. So all the chaos of the changeover subsiding. Sale Harriers pushing at the front, St Edmund Pacers as well. It's a nice section as they go past the clubhouse for Mansfield Harriers, the athletics track just behind them. As they get around this corner, they then head towards the new building, the community hub and cafe, which is being built, not long off being complete. So that looks like Oliver Ward, but Blackheath and Bromley, who seems to have found his way to the front. Burton is still there towards the front of the race. So Oliver Ward in front. Tunbridge there in second, Hallamshire Harriers in fourth now. Looked like Rotherham was still there too, so as I mentioned, it's always a good watch because you don't know at the end of the first leg whether the team that's leading is going to continue, or on some occasions we've seen sole athletes win the first leg and then the club doesn't have any others after them, so it can be an intriguing display. So we see a Halifax and Notts AC vest go past. So Tunbridge leading on this final leg of the under-17 men's relay. Prendergast with a stellar leg, surging beyond Blackheath and Bromley. Blackheath and Bromley now been bumped up onto that schedule on the left-hand side, which shows the splits at the end of the second leg. So Tunbridge from Blackheath and Bromley and Decorum, Hernhill and Leeds City in the top 5. Hampshire look like they've maybe just clawed back some ground ahead of Leeds City. Blackheath and Bromley. Joe Scaines for them on the last leg. Joe Scaines is very quick indeed. What can he do to try and claw back ground on this man Oscar Graffin, who is in front and leading and pulling away from the rest? 3 laps, and Tunbridge find themselves near the front at this point. There's City and Decorum in there in third place at the moment. 3 clubs close to a bronze medal. Who can hold their nerve? With these longer 3 kilometre laps, there's certainly enough distance, enough track in front of them when they get out of the woods to try and make a move. It's so difficult inside these woods with the narrow course. But Skanes, I said he's quick, and he's taken the lead here ahead of Oscar Graffin. So it was Blackheath on the second leg that got to the front. It was then Ewan Prendergast for Tunbridge that in the final 500 metres pulled away in a storming fashion to have a 12-second lead ahead of Blackheath and Bromley. And now, coming towards the final kilometre, Joe Skanes and Blackheath and Bromley have regained the lead here. It's cat and mouse stuff. Last year, Blackheath and Bromley came second by 20 seconds behind Salford. Joe Skanes was on the last leg 12 months ago and went from 4th to 2nd. He's gone from 2nd to 1st this year. And Skanes, who's growing in maturity, getting stronger, getting taller, now with a really good margin ahead of Tunbridge. And Joe Skanes at this point looks full of running. Surely he'll hold on. A chance perhaps for him to look over his left-hand shoulder, see where everybody else is. So Skanes for Blackheath and Bromley leading ahead of Tunbridge there in the white. Who's in third place? Because they are way back. The under 15 girls up and away. There will be 3 2-kilometre legs. Oh, we've had a few fallers. Oh, spikes come off, 5 of them hitting the deck. That's very unfortunate. You have to keep your calm on these starts. We've come close with a few fallers today. But this is Joe Skanes for Blackheath and Bromley. What a last leg this has been. Had a 12-second deficit, and he has dropped the hammer in the woods to claw back the ground on Tunbridge and take the lead. And Blackheath and Bromley here pushing on towards the gold medal and to take the title at these national cross-country relays sponsored by Sports Shoes. This has been a fine run from Joe Skanes. It's been good watching him over the last couple of years. As I say, he's growing, he's more mature, he's stronger, he's fitter, and this year it's Blackheath and Bromley taking the cross-country relay gold at Berry Hill Park in Mansfield. What a run from that young man and his 2 teammates, getting the job done when it mattered. And Tunbridge, who had a fine leg from Ewan Prendergast on the second leg, he handed over to Oscar Graffin, who led for the first half of this third leg, gets the silver medal. Tunbridge last year were 5th, so they'll be delighted to come away with the silver this time. And our bronze medalists, Cambridge and Coleridge, with Finn McLennan coming through very strongly. Hernhill in 4th, Trafford in 5th, clawing back a couple of places on the last leg, and then Leeds City with decorum behind them too. So our podium finishers, Blackheath and Bromley take the gold, Tunbridge the silver, and Cambridge and Coleridge in third place. What a run from Joe Skeins. Keep an eye out for him. He could be one to watch this cross-country season. So the under-15s in the woods, working their way through on the first leg of this under-15 girls relay. 3 legs, 2 kilometres each. They're doing the short lap, the short loop, which is just around the red part of the course if you've seen the course map. Still incredibly windy, although it's beginning to drop and they perhaps don't feel it as much in the woods. Still very windy indeed. So, Derby look to be leading. Superb run here from Olivia Lee, motoring over this first 2 kilometre leg. She's really pushing this, isn't she? Great to see. Full commitment. Full hit up that hill as well. Chelmsford there. Preston to Lincoln Wellington with Florence Lilly on the first leg. Got Blackburn. across the line then on this first leg. No mistakes about the leader after leg one. Olivia Lee with a wonderful run to set Derby up for success over the next 4 kilometres. Windsor in second, then Kettering and Hallamshire Harriers 10 seconds back, so 3 all within a couple of tenths. Across the finish, we're still getting some of the under-17 men across the line as the under-15 girls are finishing, and it's getting a bit congested. The wind definitely dying down as we head towards the mid part of the afternoon. So Windsor just heading in front. Hannah Lucas overtaking Jess Whitehead. Winning this title last year was Aldershot. Windsor picked up the bronze with Cara Gorman, Zoe Allen and Tara Ferguson. And Hannah Lucas is the newcomer to that trio. We saw Cara Gorman on the first leg. Zoe Allen will anchor the trio home. She was on the second leg last year. Changing the order. Trying to find success this time. Two kilometres is a fast and fierce distance for these young athletes. Have to get out the traps quickly. This opening section is a great way to build some speed because it's long and meandering and undulating. You really can open your stride and just push the pace. But look at that blue sky behind. So nice for these young athletes. This is the sort of weather you dream of in a cross-country season, sort of weather that is so unusual though. So Hannah Lucas finding a way through the woods. And now has been overtaken by Ava King of Chelmsford. We have a real race on our hands here. Polly Foxall for Hampshire Harriers up into third now. Well, how about that? Ava King. Motoring, really motoring, because the lead for Windsor was huge as they entered into the woods. King, who was 6th at the English schools over the 1500 metres this summer, second year under 15, so is experienced and developing well. Well, this could be very interesting. We'll see them come out of the woods in just a few minutes. And it's King that leads for Chelmsford. What a turn of pace for her. Is Hannah Lucas starting to her, or can she find something this final 150 metres or so? Nothing to choose between them. Lucas just perhaps looking for that inside line. Here she goes, pushing on. There's that pace for Hannah Lucas. You want to finish with some speed because you can open up a real gap, and that's what Hannah Lucas is trying to do here. Well, she passes on to Zoe Allen, and Lily Sanford takes over for Ava King. Only 2.9 seconds separating them. Hampshire Harriers done very well there with Polly Foxall. They are in third place, and they have a big lead on the rest. Windsor, Chelmsford, Hampshire Harriers. Lincoln Wellington then in fourth place, and then Aldershot Sale Harriers. All of them coming through. City of Portsmouth, Bed of Aylesbury, Wrekin Valley, Preston Harriers, City of York, Mansfield on home turf will know Berry Hill Park very, very well. And Derby down to 14th after that fine opening leg for Olivia Lee. Now some 55 seconds back of the lead. So at the front with Zoe Allen, as I mentioned, she ran on the second leg in this under-15 team some 12 months ago here at Berry Hill Park. They picked up the bronze on that occasion. Windsor. At Chelmsford got silver last year. They went from third to second on the last leg. Chelmsford with Lily Sanford on the last leg this year. They had Georgia March on the left leg 12 months ago. So there's Windsor, still leading from Chelmsford. Zoe Allen pushing the pace, looking good. Hampshire Harriers still in third place. They had a massive lead, remember. They were well clear of the other teams, the other clubs who are all littered together in 4th to 10th, but that's Sale and Aldershot. Sale with Beatrix Soper, and then Naomi Walmsley, who is very, very quick, the Aldershot athlete, in 5th place. Well, can she cause an upset? Remember, 2 kilometres, you know, we're talking 7.5 minutes for these young athletes, there or thereabouts, and it's tough to try and claw that back. Zoe Allen, who's leading this race for Windsor, 3rd at the England Age Group Championships over the 1500 metres earlier this summer back in August. Was 4th at the English schools as well. We know she's a talented youngster, we know she's quick. At extra speed, could prove influential at the back end of this race if it comes down to a sprint finish. I mean, this is just a beautiful day for cross-country running, isn't it? The athletes making full use of it, full commitment. Everybody trying to chase down our leaders. And this is Zoe Allen. At the front of the race. Only metres now from the finish. This has been a composed run, a controlled run. Strong up this final slope. She's done a fantastic job. The team started off by Cara Gorman, who was 2nd at the end of leg 1, then Hannah Lucas, who sprinted home, and Zoe Allen here to take gold in the under-15 girls relay. Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow taking the plaudits in this under-15 girls race. A strong run from Zoe Allen, real commitment, and this is Aldershot. Naomi Walmsley back in 4th. Have we had a change? Well, it's Chelmsford that get the silver. Lily Sanford bringing it home for them. And Freya Hill fighting for every inch there, and it proved effective because Hallamshire Harriers get the bronze. It was close. Sale Harriers were closing quickly. But in this under 15 girls race, it's Windsor that take the gold, Chelmsford that take the silver, and then Hallamshire Harriers that get the bronze. It's a real fast turn as they come around that corner down this final finishing stretch. No real distance. You have to put the effort on that incline before you come round the corner. (21:25) the winning time. Just a good 43 seconds quicker than Aldershot won last year, and a good minute and 5 seconds quicker than Windsor ran 12 months ago to take the bronze medal. So, off with the next race, the under 15 boys. Only 3 races to go, including this one again. It's 3 legs by 2 kilometres. Winners last year, Cambridge and Coleridge, then Hernhill Harriers took the silver and Dacorum took the bronze. It looks like Cambridge and Coleridge already getting towards the front. Bracknell there. And they're all strung out. We often see this in the younger age groups, athletes really committing early on. I mean, I did it in my very first cross country, full steam ahead. It should have been a 60-metre race and then I might have done all right, but athletes often get very eager, the adrenaline, the nerves. You go too hard, it can be quite costly. So Cambridge and Coleridge leading us. Just seeing a few final leg runners in the under 15 girls race.
And then that's like 2 minutes later it came back on that chat. All the people voted for it, but we're on to try. So, but yeah, she needed with that.
Into the woods they go. Remember, they don't do the section around the pond. Straight into the woods, which is still looking pretty solid underfoot. Up the hill we go for some of them for the first time. Still working their way through. Dogs also enjoying the action. I said it before today, but it is really fast how these youngsters start. There is full commitment, full effort to really tear out the blocks. And it's around about this section where they start to hurt. They've been running for a few minutes. When they come out of the woods, we'll have a better understanding of where everybody is, in what order. As I mentioned, it was Cambridge and Coleridge that won 12 months ago. Last year they had Finn McLennan, Harry Cantell and Harrison Pearson. Harry Cantell's the only one that remains. The others a bit older now. Hernal Harriers could also feature last year with their silver medal only 15 seconds or so back. None of those medalists are here this year, but could see some more talent coming through for them. So we got what looks to be Bracknell coming through with Elliot Langley Abar. I said he was near the front. That red vest behind him is Jake Summers from Hearts Phoenix. So Bracknell setting the pace on this opening leg. The others all following Cambridge there in third. Could well be Wirral in fourth place. We'll see as they come through. Big sprint finish. Jake Summers coming through, I think maybe just pipping Bracknell there. Now Wakefield it is in third place, then Cambridge Coleridge in fourth. Brighton and Hove, sorry, not Brighton Phoenix, Brighton and Hove in fifth place, and then Tunbridge in sixth. And those top five teams all very close. Bracknell just having the edge by a small margin. So Bracknell doing well in the opening stages of this second leg. This is Jasper leg for them. Opening up a good gap. Alban Wadley is on the second leg for Hearts Phoenix. They currently sit in second place. So Hearts Phoenix still near the front of this race. Bracknell doing well to set the pace. Oh, it's so quick over these logs. Nobody coming unstuck so far. Okay, as I mentioned on numerous occasions, these logs just probably part of new footpaths that have been set out here at Berry Hill Park as part of a big £3 million, not 300 million, £3 million development to improve the park, including the building of a new community hub and cafe, which you'll see, which is next to the clubhouse of Mansfield Harriers. These cross-country relays have been held at Berry Hill Park for more than 30 years. A real mecca for cross-country relays. Bedford County trying to get in front. So we're currently on the second leg of the under-15 boys cross-country relay, and Bracknell lead as they come out of the woods. This is Jasper Legg, the youngster taking over from Elliot Langley-Abar, who did well to set the pace on the opening lap. Cambridge and Coleridge there, so Bedford and County from Brighton and Hove with George Urban in 4th place at the moment. So Bracknell doing very well here. As you can see, 4 athletes within about 40 metres of each other going into the final leg. Bedford in 2nd, then Cambridge and Coleridge in 3rd, Brighton and Hove. They're all coming through now. Tunbridge look like we're just in 6th place with Herne Hill, who are having a very good day, Herne Hill Harriers. They've been near the front of so many races. So an 18-second league. For Bracknell. Well, just on your left-hand side, those live splits, I don't think they're quite right. We're seeing it was Legg that was in 2nd place. Yeah, they're just getting updated. Bracknell did cross the line first at the end of this 2nd leg. They lead, so a bit of an error there. I think that's just getting sorted out. So Bracknell doing very well at the moment. They are away, trying to chase down a gold medal here at these English cross-country relays. Bracknell last year, well, 14th place. So 2 of the 3 that ran in that team last year, Elliot Langley-Abar and Jasper Legg, who finished 14th, have already ran, and that leaves this man at the front of the race, Edward Cunniff, who is heading out on this 3rd and final lap with Bedford's Oliver Henderson in hot pursuit. He's doing the right thing at the moment, Henderson, just trying to stay close, just sitting right behind our leader, Knief. And you just want to try and track him. You don't want to let him slip away too far, because it becomes very difficult to try and overtake in those woods. And actually, if you're just sat a metre or two behind during the woods, you're putting the pressure on at all times, and that can be quite draining if you're leading. Mentally, it's very, very tough for 4 or 5 minutes to have somebody breathing down your neck. So good option for Oliver Henderson of Bedford and County. Cambridge and Coleridge were third on the changeover for the final leg. They're heading into the woods as well. I think Hernhill might have just overtaken them, slightly out of picture. So Hernhill and St Edmund Pacers are there. Chelmsford, Brighton and Hove, well away. We're already over the logs in the middle of the woods. Hernhill and St Edmund Pacers chasing them. That's really good for those two to have each other side by side. That will just help them push the pace on. You start fighting for every inch, and it means you just pick up the pace slowly. So Brighton, there, St Edmund Pacers behind them, and then Hernhill just being dropped. I said it would help those two clubs just having each other to push on with. Remember, only 2 races to come after this, the senior women's and then the senior men's. Senior women's due to get off in about 2 minutes' time. Due to set off at 1:50 p.m. They will do 3 by 3 kilometre laps, so a full long lap here. So then, Bedford with Henderson in second, who has been trailing Bracknell and Ed Knief. This whole lap is still there, right on his heels. Has Henderson got anything left? Has Knief got anything left here? And now the Bracknell man just surging up this hill, opening up a bigger lead as he comes down into the home straight. And it's Bracknell's day in this under-15 boys cross-country relay. From gun to tape, they have taken the win. Ed Knief on the last leg. Bedford doing a great job to stay with them, all but for the final 40 metres. And it's Bracknell that take the win. And who's coming through here to pick up the bronze medal? It's Cambridge and Coleridge, just pulling away from Tunbridge in the final 40 metres. St Edmund Pacers ran brilliantly too. And then Brighton and Hove, then Herne Hill. All of them across the line. Well, what a race. Bracknell getting it done, improving on their 14th place finish last year. What a result for the two athletes that were in that trio last year, Elliot Langley-Abar and Jasper Legg, and it started with Elliot Langley-Abar on that first leg. Well, that's it for the under-15 boys. Only 2 races to go. The senior women's race should be on the start line and away. So here they are, our final women's race of the day, our penultimate race of the day here at Berry Hill Park. I mean, what conditions? I can't remember us having such a sunny day as this. You can still tell how windy it is though. Wind definitely dropping compared to this morning, that's for sure. So, our reigning champions are here. Belgrave Harriers, who won by a minute from Aldershot last year. It was Aldershot B team that finished 3rd, Cambridge and Coleridge in 4th. So, good field. Well, Belgrave have got Sophie Hicks on the first leg, Sarah Aston on the second, and Kate Axford on the third leg. So keep an eye out for them. Last year they had Nadine Donegan on the first leg. This year it's Hicks and all red strip with the red armbands at the front. That looks like Ty Brockley Langford for Salford. And in that light blue vest, it's Cambridge Harriers. Holly Dixon had a great season. Saskia Millard's in there in the Herne Harriers vest, which is in second, the black and red hoops. It's like Molly Hudson's in there in about 6th place at the minute, but Holly Dixon did a great job just opening up and pulling away from the field. She really is a class act. She's been in great form this season. Holly Dixon racking up the wins. Holly Dixon lowering that personal best over the 1500 by 9 seconds this year, which is pretty extraordinary. Ran 15:41 over the 5,000 metres too, so it's getting quicker. Second last year, Holly Dixon actually in the National Cross Country Championships, the rescheduled one, which was in September, so no stranger to cross country success. Good to see her here. Just wonder whether this means that she fancies a winter campaign, and whether we'll see her in Liverpool in just a few weeks' time. So they do the long lap for the senior women's race, where they take in a bit of the pond. Holly Dixon is already around and clear, and has Millard for company as they head into the woods, powering up the hill amongst the leaves. Lucy Armitage is there in 3rd place, or there or thereabouts at the moment. Interestingly, that Herne Harriers have Lucy Jones on the last leg, who ran so well at the London Marathon last year and has done a great job on the track this summer too. So it could be a good battle between Herne Hill Harriers and Belgrave when we get to the latter stages of this race. Obviously a chance for Cambridge Harriers as well. Not sure, perhaps they're quite as strong across the full 3, but we will see. Aldershot too, don't discount them. They've got Katie Hughes, Maisie Grice and Neve Brown in their trio, so trying to work out where that Aldershot vest was. Sarah McDonald is competing as well for Birchfield Harriers. I thought I saw a jogging round woman up as well. So she's here, and she goes on the 2nd leg for Birchfield Harriers, so keep an eye out for them. Holly Dixon pulling away. Looking strong, looking really steady actually. She looks very, very comfortable for me, Holly Dixon. We've had a great day of races. This is race number 9. Holly Dixon putting in a strong performance at the moment on this first leg. Dominant really from the opening 200 or 300 metres, getting out nice and early, getting to the front, keeping out of trouble. We saw in one of the races earlier, but a couple of fallers. And we've seen a few instances where athletes almost tripping over the line when they're coming out of the traps. So you have to be really careful. And Dixon out of the woods. Remember, on this 3-kilometre loop, they have the slightly extended section where she'll turn right here and go around a shoehorn-shaped U section. And then this year, due to the changes at Berry Hill Park, there'll be no top woods. They'll just go through this chicane section and then avoid that top wooded section before heading back towards the finish. So some changes this year, but the course has been very good, very technical through the woods. More twists, more turns, a few logs to contend with, and some narrower sections too, where even with the barriers, I'm sure athletes are having to dissect their way through the trees. And Holly Dixon there just flying past a man in an orange hat. That's Elliot Giles, by the looks of it, who is running for Birchfield Harriers on the first leg in the men's race in about 40 minutes time. So really good to see him here. I did check, I can't quite remember what the last time he did cross country, if he'd ever done cross country, but good to see him. Olympian World Championship athlete who competed in Tokyo just a couple of weeks ago. But in this race, it's all about Holly Dixon, and she is absolutely flying. Looking so strong. It's still Saskia Millard. In second place is Millard in that black and red of Hernhill Harriers, but Holly Dixon, who, as I mentioned, has been in brilliant form. She just looks so comfortable on this first leg. Fantastic run. It's a way to show up at these national cross-country relays. So one more turn for her down the slope, big sprint finish, chance to pick up the pace. So Holly Dixon, just over 9.5 minutes, and she is being chased down in these final 40 metres. It's Cambridge Harriers that come across the line first. And Megan Harris for Chelmsford coming through rapidly at the end there. And Saskia Millard for Hernhill, then Molly Hudson for Derby in 4th, and then Belgrave in 5th place. That's a good place for them to be. Last year when they won at the end of the first leg, Belgrave Harriers were in 6th place, so they're in a similar position. So that's a great result for Holly Dixon and Cambridge Harriers. Can they hold on for the rest of this race? Because Chelmsford were finishing very quickly. Hernhill have got a strong team which will be anchored by Lucy Jones, and then Belgrave as well coming across the line in 5th. Aldershot just down in 15th place. But they have Maisie Grice and Neve Brown. Neve Brown, such a strong cross-country runner. So Sophie Tooley for Hernhill. Already going past Cambridge Harriers here. Belgrave then with Sarah Aston up into third, now second, just as they were going around that corner. Sophie Tooley here, athlete with a 2:07 flat personal best over the 800 metres this year. So she's quick, got good speed. Set a personal best over the 5k of 16:32 this year too. So can she hold off this charge from Belgrave? Looks like Derby were then up into third. Sarah Aston for Belgrave, no stranger to winning this title, of course. Won the national cross-country individual title a couple of years ago. Had a great battle with Gemma Steele on that day. She's been developing really well. Maisie Grice on the left-hand side in that red vest of Aldershot. Just working her way through the field at this point. Now 15th at the end of the first leg, and Grice just picking them off. Aldershot with a real chance. They're always strong. Last year, of course, as I mentioned earlier, they finished second and third. So Tooley just ahead of Sarah Aston. Axford out of the woods with a strong lead, looking composed. Has experienced success here before in Mansfield and is teeing up her team to get the same result once again. There's Grice ahead of Blackheath and Bromley. We're working hard here out on this extended part of the course. Derby are doing very well near the front of this race. In a good position at the moment. Well, this has been strong, hasn't it, for Sarah Astin. Almost the perfect way for her to go into this leg. She got somebody to chase, and she had that 12 months ago. Some athletes to pick off. And this has been quick, very quick. As I say, she's been building, developing ahead of Herne Hill Harriers. And Kate Axford will set off and push on for hopeful victory for Belgrave. Well, Blackheath and Bromley done very well to get up into third place. Blackburn in fourth, Sale Harriers fifth, Derby sixth. Again, there's 4 or 5 teams within 6, 7, 8 seconds of each other. It could come down to the wire. There's plenty that can change over the final 3 kilometres. Be very special for Belgrave if they can hold on to this. It would be the 3rd year in a row. They won it in 2023. Trafford AC there at the front. Looks like Cambridge and Coleridge. Just in second place, they are just in behind Trafford there. Okay, Axford now, I think, well ahead of all of these athletes. We're not seeing Kate Axford, our leader, yet on this third leg. Well, here's Kate Axford peering around the trees, trying to work out the route forward. She is well clear of the rest of the field, and as I mentioned, Kate Axford struggling with injury this year. She has not had the opportunity to race, which is a real shame, because 2024 was such a great year for her. Massive personal bests over all distances really, the 1500, 3000 and 5000. Herne Hill with Lucy Jones, another athlete that's shown big improvements, winner of the mass race at the London Marathon this year. Aldershot with Neve Brown, won this title a few years ago. Can she perhaps claw back the ground and get Aldershot onto the podium once again? They did last year. Neve Brown was on the last leg 12 months ago, and they were fourth when she got the baton, and they finished second and took the silver. Nobody will overtake Kate Axford. Background in hockey, her sister and Maddie and her brother Charlie, both great hockey players. Injuries forced her out of that sport and into this one, and my goodness, we are very lucky to have her. How fast can she go over the next 12 months if she has a clear run of injuries? Be great to see. Axford then out of the woods, pushing hard. She ran a 5k at the start of September at the Great North Run elite race. She ran it first ever 10k just a month ago. Now onto the cross country. She's healthy, she's back fit. She won the trial last year at Sefton Park in Liverpool, the European trials. Went on to make top 10 at the European Cross Country Championships. What a moment it would be, back-to-back wins for Belgrave Harriers. They're going to have done it. The three-peat for Sarah Astin and Kate Axford and the Belgrave Harriers. Axford pushing on. She's got a few athletes towards the back of the course that she can pick off to try and keep building speed, keep up the pace. Gives you something to think about when you're starting to hurt and you're getting fatigued. So Axford then on the final push to take gold here in Mansfield at Berry Hall Park. This has just been a dominant few years for Belgrave Harriers. They must be so proud of their women. Kate Axford and Sarah Aston taking gold 3 years on the trot. And Axford, how much this will mean after an injury-savaged year to come here and take gold at the English cross-country national relays. What a result, what a performance. Getting it done for Belgrave Harriers. They are the champions once again, 3 times in a row. Superb performance. They are the very best. Exceptional for Belgrave Harriers. Quicker than they ran last year. The fight is really on for bronze and silver. Here comes Lucy Jones for Herne Hill. Running off for her. Another great race for her, another great result. She's been racking up wins. Herne Hill last year down in 9th. Lucy Jones led the team off that year, and she brings them home to a silver this time round. Blackheath and Bromley coming through to take the bronze medal. Aldershot just some 8 seconds back. That's a great run from the Blackheath team. Neve Bridson Hubbard stepping up on that final leg to surge through the field. It can sometimes be chaotic when you're coming past people towards the back of the field. But no issues for Belgrave. Gold in 2023, gold in 2024, gold in 2025. Can they do it again next year? It's a really great event to position in your winter campaign, whether it's the only cross-country race you do. It can sometimes pull in some of the 8 and 15 athletes, and then you get some of the more endurance athletes coming down. It's a good meeting ground. Well, "15 minutes until the start of our final race of today's action." The senior men get underway at 2:40 p.m. 4 legs of 5 kilometres each. That's 2 laps for each athlete. And we'll continue to watch the athletes cross the line in this women's race before we get underway with the men in 15 minutes time. Away we go in this senior men's race. We've been waiting all day for this, and it's finally here. 4 5-kilometre laps of Berry Hill Park in Mansfield. The weather, blue skies. It's been very windy. It was incredibly windy this morning. Things have certainly calmed down, but still tough conditions out there. You'll see the trees blowing. Clubs from all around the UK represented. The man at the front, Elliot Giles, I think most people would be surprised to see him here. The last time he did anything cross-country related was way back in 2012, the Warwickshire County Championships as an under 20. So trying to build some strength, trying to get impeccably strong, build that endurance base, and the pace nice and honest at the start. Chilton are in there near the front. That's Richard Slade. And Slade, a great cross-country runner, as we've seen in recent times. A Bath University graduate, won the English national cross-country title earlier this year. That was 12 kilometres, 3 kilometres a bit shorter for him. I wonder how he'll fare. So these athletes will all do 2.5 kilometre laps each. So they won't go around the pond. They head into the woods now, up the hill and through the woods. Elliot Smith Rasmussen is there. Last question from Coventry Godiva 2. Cam Allen, the Horton Harrier, the tall figure in the black strip with the yellow band across the middle. Well, he got to the front early on alongside Elliot Giles. Flynn Jennings from Bristol and West in there. So it depends how you stack your team, right? Tunbridge have got a strong quartet. Cambridge and Coleridge have got a strong quartet too. I think perhaps they might be my favourites. It's really difficult to call. You just don't know who's going to show up and how well they're going to run. Elliot Giles, part of a incomplete Birchwood Harrier team. They've only got 3 athletes, so good to see him having a strong hit out over 3K. What's AC Vest there coming through? As I mentioned earlier, this course is different this year. If you'd seen some of the stuff on social media from English Cross Country Association, there was a great video done showing the course and some of the changes that have happened. Within the woods, it is a lot narrower than it has been in previous years. There's a lot more twists and turns and bumps and a few log jumps that athletes are having to contend with and get over. So they have to be careful. They have to manage their tactics because there's not too many opportunities within the woods to overtake. It's not too dissimilar to what's been experienced in times gone by. So the man at the front is Joe Hudson from Keighley and Craven. Then Cam Allen is there too, just in second. Then Smith, Rasmussen, Elliot Giles is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Clisham still in there. Birmingham Roheath are still there with Joe Tuffin, 1 or 2 athletes from his club, making the journey up to Mansfield. So 2 laps, it's 5 kilometres. And at the minute, it's still the very early stages. Coming towards the end of this first lap. Lots of people hanging around from the earlier races to stay and watch. So there's Rich Slade in the green. Got Matt Ramsden, the blue vest of Blackburn Harriers. City York vest, the green and black in 5th place at the minute. That's Angus McMillan. So Joe Hudson from Keighley and Craven, who leads this race, spent some time at Boys State Uni. Got some good experience in the American collegiate system. 63-minute man over the half marathon just a couple of months ago. So across the line for their first lap. It's the first time we've seen today athletes going around multiple times. Splits are just going to come up on the left-hand side of the screen in a moment. But Joe Hudson at the front.
Home point updated.
Got a best of 13:54 indoors for the 5,000 metres, so he's quick, he's strong. Rowan Mile-Ingram in the Radley vest there too. All bunched up. Nice group of athletes. Richard Slade now just finding himself at the front. Ramsden is in 6th place. In the white vest just at the back, that's Flynn Jennings from Bristol and West. Oscar Bell from Hearts Phoenix in the red vest. So we've got a group of 7 athletes here. Front 4 just starting to edge away. And it's the 3 taller figures, in fact, that find themselves in this place. Rich Slade, as I say, bit of a master across country. I've seen some good improvements on the track this summer. Slade as well, personal bests over every distance from 800 up to 5,000. Just interested to see where Oliver Newman is, Cambridge and Coleridge first leg athlete. They've got Tom Keane on the second leg, Nathan Mapley on the third, and then Callum Elson on the 4th leg. You know, when somebody like Jack Gray, who's only made the Cambridge and Coleridge B team, you know that they've got a strong 4. So we still need to keep an eye out for Tunbridge. They've got Jack Higgins, Alex Howard, Ted Higgins and James Kingston in there 4. Haven't quite seen them come past yet. So Ramsden is still near the front. There's Birmingham Roheath, this miles Cliff Sherman, just ahead of Elliot Giles and Rowan Mile-Ingram. All flying through the woods and over the logs on this second lap. So they've got around a quarter of this race to go. Last year it was Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers that won this race from Bedford and County, and then Cambridge and Coleridge, who finished in 3rd place. They had Tom Keane and Callum Elson in the squad that day.
Landing.
So Hudson still pushing the pace at the front. Mile-Ingram just making a bit of a move now. You can't afford to nap in this game because there's so many strong athletes capable of just edging past you if you take a break for a moment. So the athletes working their way through the woods, almost on the way out of the woods. Hudson still at the front. He's doing very, very well here. Cam Allen, Richard Slade, just in behind him, and then Angus McMillan now moving up into fourth. Ed Blytheman, Bedfordshire County, is in there. Giles just slipping back a little bit, everybody just surging up on him.
Come on, Chris, big finish, mate, let's go. Let's go.
Harry Wakefield there, had a great season on the track, setting 800 metre bests. Good to see him here. And now Cam Allen getting to the front again, into the wind at this point, just pushing the pace, opening up the stride, and this is a really strong finish for Cam Allen. He's got Alex Brown, James Gillan and Rory Graham to follow him. But for Cam Allen, this is a dominant display. For these athletes, you want to try and win your leg, get the fastest leg you can, particularly on this first leg where everybody sets off at the same time. Richard Slade doing well, McMillan in third. Hudson just falling back ever so slightly. So Blytheman coming through in about fourth. Cam Allen from Richard Slade, McMillan, and then we got in there Ramsden, Matt Ramsden. Good run for him. Hudson, who led for so long, just slipping backwards, and now they're all coming through in a flurry. So 14:40, that's quick. Great start, really. Elliot Giles finishing in 10th in the end on that opening leg. I think we're pretty happy with that. So difficult to say where that leads us in this race. 4 legs, 5 kilometres each. Somebody already emptying their lunch up on the finish line. One of the officials nicely just hiding that from view of the camera. Thank you very much. Chilton at the front with Simon Bossy for them. There's Mansfield in the blue and green. So here's Bossy with Horton Harriers, Keeling and Craven, and then Blackburn in behind them. There's Tunbridge, Birmingham, Roeheath, Loughborough, Bristol and West, City of York, Belgrave. Coventry Godiva just storming up the hill. And there's Tom Keane, Cambridge and Coleridge athlete. Ran very quickly here 12 months ago. But they were some way down, ever so slightly. That was Callum Johnson in the Gateshead vest, just flashing past the screen. Former national cross-country champion. Well, it's very even at this stage. We'll be about an hour in total for this race, so 20 minutes in. Not even that. Not too much to read into. Shaftesbury Barnet, they're the team that won this last year. So Joe Carnelli here for Keeling Craven, building off the back of what was a great start by his teammate Joe Hudson. And I'm just noticing the background in those blue shorts there. And that's Alex Howard from Tunbridge. They have built nicely, and Tom Keane there just building through the field. Well, Tom King got Pierce Clisham and Coventry Godiva for company. City, York and Bedford just slipping backwards. Callum Johnson there in the Gateshead vest. 5k, I think even he would say 5k is short for him. But he will find this course really good. He's, as I mentioned, a former national cross-country champion. He's great on muddy fields. He will be very good in the latter stages of this second lap. So let's try and see how much he can claw back. He will start to pit past people there in the striped white, green and red vests. Is Keeling Craven's Joe Carnelli. Jacob Parkinson there. This man, Tom Keane, just chipping his way through the field. I said they've got a really strong team. So have Tunbridge. They've already gone past us. Bedford with Noah Campion there being overtaken by Callum Johnson. Such a workhorse. Got a great engine on him. Out onto their second laps. Carnelli leading. Just see him going past the officials right now. So it looks like Birmingham Roeheath are in second. John Stolberg for them on the second leg. They do only have two runners, which, well, That means they will drop out after this leg. So you can go from third into second quite quickly without doing anything different. Carnelli looking good. Well, so Carnelli then. That half marathon personal best of 66 minutes 54. He's got a good engine on him. 15th of the Bucks Cross Country Championships this year, so you know he's capable of running some quick times. Like Hernhiller there in fourth at the minute. It'll be Sam Bramwell if it is indeed them. Mansfield there on home soil. Alex Hampson for them. Tom Chandler for Aldershot in that red vest, wearing B1 on his bib. So Carnelli slipping back into fourth. That's Sam Bramwell in the stripes of Hernhill Harriers. And they are being chased down. Tom Keane with support from Dylan Evans of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Bedford with Noah Campion there. Chris Christian for Coventry Godiva alongside Ben Mackin from Blackburn. Jack Gray in the B team for Cambridge and Coleridge, powering up through the trees. And of course, I mean, it's a bit stickier, but still pretty good. Chandler of Aldershot in a good place at the minute too. Carnelli, who was leading, being hunted by Callum Johnson. I said it would be good for him, having all these people to try and chase down. Godiva just ahead of Bracknell there. Well, look at Callum Johnson go. He's just eating up the metres, isn't he? Won the national cross-country title at Wallerton Park in 2020. He was flying here for Gateshead. Look at him go. This is superb stuff. And as I say, when you've got such an engine like he has, great over the half marathon, 2:13 marathon man at his best. These 5K distances, you just feel like you've got so much energy. And he's running like that here. Hernhill Harriers being chased down by Gateshead. John Stolberg for Birmingham Roe Heath, just ahead of Tunbridge, and Tom Keane starting to claw the positions back. This is well placed at the halfway point. No real clear team in front at the moment. The game of chess continues. Looks like Callum Johnson crossing first. Hernhill Harriers in second after 2 legs. Here comes Tunbridge in third, Birmingham Roe Heath in second, then Shaftesbury Barnet, and then Cambridge and Coleridge. Remember, Birmingham Roe Heath, who came across in fourth there, do not have any more runners. So the top 3, Gateshead, Hernhill and Tunbridge, and Callum Johnson with an exceptional leg. He was miles back, wasn't he? I'd love to see what his split was there. We'll get it after the competition, I'm sure, but he was just picking them off one by one. Bedford there, Newham crossing, that's Bracknell, Horton Harris, Coventry Godiva, Salford, Jack Gray coming through for the Cambridge and Coleridge B team. Highgate Harriers there, of course. Alex Lepetra inside the top 20, so some great clubs fighting it out. And it's Gateshead that lead. Gateshead on their third leg have Matt Lindsley. Lindsley is somebody that is ran a 15:06 5K. Keeley and Craven were perhaps just missing off those end of leg 2 splits, because here they are again now. They have Tom Barrett here on the third leg for them. So Matt Lindsley is being hunted, and he is being hunted by Ted Higgins of Tunbridge. Hernhill Harriers are in pursuit, as well as Shaftesbury Barnet, who have slowly slowly been creeping their way up the field, and the reigning champions might still have a say in what happens. They're now up to third. Hernhill back into fourth place. Cambridge and Coleridge here just flying past the screen, and that's Nathan Mapley for them. So Shaftesbury Barnet last year had Isaac Chandler, Liam D, Dylan Evans and Jamie D. I think they've still got a couple of those guys in their quartet for this year. So Gateshead here, being chased down by Ted Higgins. Ted Higgins, another one of those athletes that's had a fantastic year. I feel it's getting darker now, don't we, as we're approaching the early evening, and we've had a wonderful day of weather. But it starts to get a bit tough in the woods when it gets towards dusk and a bit dark. So we are certainly over the halfway point in this race. Ted Higgins chasing down the lead of Gateshead Harriers. Ted Higgins, someone that's loaded his best to 1:47.09 over the 800 metres this year. Joe McLeod there for Coventry Godiva in the red and yellow vest. Ted Higgins there, looking relaxed. He's run a 3:37 this year. Ted Higgins taking a whopping 21 seconds off his 1500 metre personal best. So he looks smooth, he looks calm, he looks controlled. Not somebody that is a huge cross-country runner, but has done a couple in the last few weeks in the Kent League, picking up first and second. So 5k for a cross-country, I think, will suit him. He's a tall figure, rangy runner, has got speed, and that should help him on the second lap. So Gateshead now falling back. Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers taking the lead, with the man on the third leg, Jeremy Dempsey. Dempsey's a great runner in his own right, and Shaftesbury Barnet have had to be really, really patient. Last year, you know, they were 15th on the first lap, 6th at the end of the 15th at the end of the first leg, 6th at the end of the second, and then they became leaders on the third leg, and then held that through to the finish on the fourth leg. So currently they're doing exactly what they did 12 months ago, and they need to try and hold on. Higgins is there for company. Cambridge and Coleridge now up to fourth place. Gateshead back into fifth. Western Tempo are the ones in third place now. It's on the second lap of the third leg. Dempsey, good personal best over the 1500 this year, 3:39. Just starting to ease away from Ted Higgins. Still a long way to go, of course. Dempsey's gone sub 30 over the 10k on the road before as well. 13:56 5k this year. So he is strong. He's not just quick over the 1500, he's strong as well. That's why he finds himself at the front here and easing away. Western Tempo in the orange vest just flashing across the top of the screen there. Ahead of Cambridge and Coleridge. It's going to be a very tense final leg. When we get to it, there's still more stories to be told in this race, I'm sure. So here's our race leader, Dempsey of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, on the third leg, approaching the final 1500 metres or so. And there's Western Tempo in the orange. Their man Jacob Can on this third leg. Cambridge and Coleridge now up into fourth. I think it might be difficult for Dempsey to hold off the athletes behind him. Jacob Can of Western Tempo has been motoring in this race. I wonder if he can hand over the baton in the lead. He's around 13:33 over the 5,000 metres on the track this year. That is super quick. I'm not sure whether they can hold off that sort of speed, as I say, over the final less than 2 kilometres. So Dempsey leads for Shaftesbury Barnet. Like Mika Evans, Blackheath and Bromley there. Matt Lindsay from Gateshead. And here we go, Western Tempo with their man at the front, Jacob Can, getting to the front. I said he looked strong, perhaps on this leg, one of the pick athletes on 5,000 metre bests, and here he is just pushing on. Higgins has also closed the gap, and as Jacob Khan's gone past him, he's just picked up the pace as well, so we're igniting the engine. So Khan leading at the end of this third leg, opening up a good gap ahead of the changeover. Shaftesbury Barnet, the reigning champion, just falling back into second. There's the orange vest of Western Tempo. Down into the finish. Their final leg runner, Charlie Wright, out of the traps. Higgins finishing strongly. It's Tunbridge in second, Shaftesbury Barnet in third. Looking to see who's in fourth and how far back they are. See in the top left, Callum Elson just bouncing around, getting ready to go. And off he goes. And I think for Cambridge and Coleridge, 34 seconds. I can't see them getting on top of the podium, but maybe if Shaftesbury or Tunbridge falter, they might find themselves coming through. Tunbridge though, with James Kingston, former national cross-country champion, on the last leg for them in that black cap, ahead of Shaftesbury Barnet. Shaftesbury Barnet with Liam D on their last leg. Liam D last year, before Shaftesbury Barnet went on the second leg, had their fastest leg of the day. Charlie Wright here though, in that orange vest. Already being swallowed up by James Kingston of Tunbridge. And Tunbridge take the lead. Well, that could be telling. So off into the trees for the penultimate time, our leaders. James Kingston, and then Liam D, and then Charlie Wright for Western Tempo. Well, Callum Elson, I said he's 34 seconds back off the leaders. Looking at how Charlie Wright is moving. Looking at how Liam D's going, Callum Elson, I think, would fancy his chances. But can it be done? That's a different question. You have to be so patient. It's 15 minutes of running. He will see an orange vest in front of him through the woods at some point. He doesn't need to try and push it and overtake or catch up on this first lap. It's a second lap where you'll make it count. You just have to be patient. You can't burn everything up early on because it will hurt badly, and you don't overtake anyone when you're starting to tie up. You overtake people when you're feeling strong, when you're feeling fast, and that's what he needs to do here. So it's a possible. Cambridge and Coleridge last year, they were 34 seconds behind the winners, Shaftesbury Barnet, and at the start of this final leg they were 34 seconds behind our leaders. So can they claw it back? So there's Liam D. Shaftesbury Barnet man. Got a best of 63 minutes 43 over the half marathon. He's very strong. Ran 14 minutes 11 for the 5,000 on the track this year too. So he's been going well. Western tempo. Heading backwards. And Cambridge and Coleridge just were creeping into the back of the picture. Can now perhaps just about see Charlie Wright in front, and we'll get an idea as we come through just how much that gap has closed. So James Kingston, wouldn't that be good for him to add this title to his national cross title? Shaftesbury Barnet just being left almost with every stride, because James Kingston looks very strong here. He is strong. Tunbridge were 9th last year in this event. They had Jack Higgins, Ted Higgins and James Kingston on that day. The only change to their team was Alex Howard for Ben Murphy. So Kingston then on his final lap, the final lap of the day. Can he keep this pace up? Can he hold on? Well, Tunbridge have won this once before, back in 2017. A very different team back then. And they won it by a mere 3 seconds from their old rivals, Aldershot, Farnham and District. Shaftesbury Barnet were third on that day. And it looks like they may well go on to do it again. Shaftesbury Barnet there in second still as they enter the woods for the final time. Can become challenging on this final lap when you have athletes to overtake. So often Tunbridge have been outside the medals in this event. This year though, it looks like they'll reclaim the crown. Their last one back in 2017. Where is Callum Elson? How well are they going? Gateshead in behind Highgate now. Gateshead, of course, with that wonderful run on the second lap, the second leg, I should say, from Callum Johnson. Aldershot here then, battling with Hernhill. Bracknell there too. Is that Bracknell? I think so. Leeds City, rather. Just as they fly past the screen, getting dark, my eyes are getting weary. So Loughborough there. Not such a great day for Loughborough so far. James Kingston. Was that a bit of a smile then? Starting to push on. He looks strong, doesn't he? Looks full of running. I think Shaftesbury Barnet are still there in second place. The question is, who is in third? Kingston now just coming up along this top stretch of the course. We'll have to run wide to pick the bodies off one by one. Navigate his way through the traffic. But when you're hurting and you've got people to pick off, it just helps energize you. You feel like you're accomplishing something. It's a great motivator mentally. And James Kingston has looked perhaps the best I've seen him, certainly since he won the national cross-country title. So strong. And how certain Mark Hookway will love this moment to see Tunbridge take gold here at the national cross-country relays. Always does fantastic videos of all the cross-country events. And James Kingston brings it home for Tunbridge to round off what has been a wonderful day here at Berry Hill Park. It's gold for Tunbridge in the senior men's national cross-country relays. Tunbridge regain the title. It's gold for them. Shaftesbury Barnet now just coming into view in the distance. And Shaftesbury with Liam D on the last leg to take the silver. And here comes Callum Elson. Well, what a torrid 18 months or so it's been for him. Back here, picking up another bronze medal. Only 14 seconds behind. He gained 20 seconds on Shaftesbury Barnet. Well, the clock isn't showing for Tunbridge, so we're not quite sure exactly how far behind he would have been. But that's a cracking run from Callum Elson. They had a lot of work to do. It's easier said than done. But he delivered exactly when he needed to. But what a moment for Tunbridge. Well, I have it down, the first and only time they won it was in 2017. And this is the first time since then they have taken gold, the second time ever, as Western Tempo come through to take fourth place. Tough run for Charlie Wright on that fourth leg. They were in the lead. They had some great athletes hunting him down. It was Newark in fifth place there. Superb from them. Highgate coming through for a big finish, but it's Salford just ahead of them in the red in sixth place. And there's Leeds City. It looks like Aldershot just about got inside the top 10. Gateshead finishing in 10th, then Herne Hill. Wow, what a day. Started at 10:45 this morning. 5 hours of back-to-back competition, sometimes overlapping across the events. Bedford coming through there in, appears to be 12th place. Well, what a day. We'll be back for the National Cross early next year, and we'll be back for this event at Berry Hill Park, the new and improved Berry Hill Park, in 12 months' time. What a day it has been here. Glorious weather, gale force winds at times, but fast, quality racing, quality cross country, and all the mud, guts and glory you can ask for. Belgrave take the women's senior title. Tunbridge take the men's. A superb day of action. We look forward to seeing you across the cross-country season. From myself, Scott Eburn, thanks for watching. Until next time, good night.
I don't want to. Yeah. Go on, let's be the front.
Well, I'll do that after I've done all my stuff, obviously, so they'll have to do the 5, 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes anyway. Okay. And how long will he wait? Hang on, how long will he wait to exit for? Roughly. Before coffee.
Home point updated. Landing. Landing. Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated.